Here, one slide, Auto Alex's BMW E30 3255i Touring, which was given a second chance at life by us here at Yorkshire Car Restoration. Now I know what you're thinking, this is not an E30, and you're right, this is actually Shmee 150's Porsche 914, which we're also restoring on the channel. Link to the playlist is in the description. Now, Alex bought this car not knowing how rusty it actually was, and we spent 5 months restoring this car from start to finish. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some snacks, and enjoy the show of the restoration of Roger, Auto Alex's BMW E30 Touring.
Hello, welcome back to the Auto Alex channel, where you join Taylor and I in Big Pete. We are on our way to Cornwall to pick up a couple of very, very nice cars. Now, you may have seen on the Auto Alex V2 channel, we went to Letchworth Motor Auctions to attempt to buy an E30 Coupe, MTEC 2, blah, blah, blah. It went for like £10,500, so it was way out of budget. And then I had loads of messages from you guys saying, I've got this car, I've got that car. And then a guy called Luke messaged me on Instagram and said, I have got 20 E30s at home.
20?
20. He has 20.
You didn't tell me he's got 20 of them.
He has 20 of them. So he said, why don't you come down to Cornwall, check them out. So we have actually done a deal on a couple of E30 Touring 325i manuals. One is red, one is blue. We're very excited. Trailer down to Cornwall, put my red Touring on the trailer because it has no MOT, and Taylor, your blue one, has MOT and it's in a better nick than mine.
And I'm going to drive it all the way back. And I'm extra excited because I've always wanted one, but I've never actually had an E30.
I have, and it was a 318 with a 325i engine, and I had to get rid of that car because I got a job at Autocar, and they gave me a press car, which was equally cool though.
What was it?
It was a Kia Picanto.
Oh, I like a Picanto.
It was a 1 litre 3-cylinder, and it was baby blue.
I like those. I think they're quite fun. They're good at doing handbrake turns.
Yes. Anyway, to make up for having that car, I am now going to get my dream E30 spec, which is a Touring. I can't wait. So yeah, let's drop off the Fabia first in Somerset, head to Cornwall, and then do some deals. And we'll probably end up buying more cars.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. All right, let's hit the road. Should we go check out our new E30 Touring?
Excited.
By the way, this is Luke.
Hello,
the
Luke.
Former owner of the E30s. And also the man with 20 E30s, apparently. He's very young to have so many cool cars. These are our new E30s.
Look
this
at
is very
them.
exciting.
So mine is the blue one, and Alex has got the red one.
Yeah, red and yellow. Look, and yours comes with bits.
Yeah.
We have the same wheels. What's that? Oh, I've got bits in the back as well. Wait, the smell is the most important thing.
Yep. Smells like an E30.
God, it smells like an old BMW.
It smells like
Rory,
an old BMW.
get your beak in there. Have a sniff.
Shame it's not smell-o-vision.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's good, isn't it? Oh. Six-cylinder goodness.
Do you know what this needs?
The supercharger.
A 6-branch manifold.
Oh, it does. It does.
She runs quite sweet.
Yes. E30 Touring. I've wanted an E30 Touring for so many years.
I've wanted an E30 for so many years.
Just like, oh, by the way, Roger. What we're going to do now is load up Roger onto the trailer, because obviously no MOT. We're going to head off now, and then we're going to take these cars to the unit, put them on the ramp, and then find out that these are massive, massive financial mistakes, and then get a full refund.
And that mine's a cut and shut.
Yeah. It's now a couple of days later. As you can see, my red E30 Touring and Taylor's blue E30 Touring, we've got Roger and we've got Brian, are in the Auto Alex HQ. We're going to find out how much we love the in a few minutes because we're going to get these on the ramp and then we're going to have a proper look underneath.
Yeah.
And then everything could change.
It could go catastrophically wrong.
So initial thoughts are, we obviously want to get these cars fitted with BC Racing coilovers because we love them and because they need more lows. Scorpion exhaust.
I really want an exhaust.
Yeah.
That's at the top of my list.
Yeah, and you know Scorpion does the exhaust for them.
Yes, I was
What
having a
you've
little
seen
look
on
earlier.
Google. And just a general tart-up, I mean, if we have a quick look here, the arches are quite scabby. There's a bit of bodywork that needs to be done.
Yeah, mainly on yours actually. Yours is quite faded, isn't it? It wants a good flat and polish.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and you can see here that whoever's polished it has burnt through the paint because BMW paint is notoriously thin anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, well this is actually, I think they call it single stage, so this wouldn't have had a lacquer on it. So they've just polished it until they've gone through to the primer there.
Yeah, but we've got Roger on the ramp. Roger ramp.
Roger.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah?
It's like one of those fellas that you met.
Roger Dodger. What?
What? Shall we get Roger ramp up in the air and then do a bit of upskirting?
Yeah, we'll have a little look, shall we?
Okay, cool.
Oh, Rory, not this close. You'll see all my imperfections. Can you see any rust yet?
He's looking at my face. You can see a lot of rust.
Oh!
Yeah?
What is this? Oh my goodness. Oh, not another rusty car. Does that go all the way through?
Oh, shit.
Does that go? Oh,
Shit.
oh, that's the bottom of the battery.
Oh, shit, yeah, we need that.
That is the bottom of the battery.
We need that there.
Literally, look, that's plastic.
But look, no, it's held up by that half, so we can just carry on going.
Oh my goodness. The exhaust looks half decent. It has got a blow from the manifold though, hasn't it? From the manifold gasket.
I can't remember. Oh, yes, it
Yeah,
does. It does, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's the jacking point
Oh,
gone?
the jacket, the jacking point only came on this side.
Oh, and this has been welded before as well. Oh. It's vanished. Oh, look at this tyre.
Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah, you're
Oh, look at this.
There's a nice big screw in that one as well, in the rear right. It needs a cam belt, it needs a service, fuel filter, tyres, brakes all round because the brakes are completely shot. The brake discs look like they just haven't been used for a long time.
So it just needs
welding.
What?
Just these.
50 quid spending on it, something like that.
But before we could get on with trying to fix the cylinder head, Taylor got a little distracted by the rust, and it quickly became apparent that my E30 had much bigger problems.
Do you mind? Oi.
I forgot that this hole existed and I got bored.
Does that come out the other side?
It's all right though, Rory, because we're replacing the brake discs. So at least it will be able to stop.
Is this an MOT failure?
Yes,
Is it now?
because it's within a 30cm ball of this structural, integral part. I wonder what the other side.
The other side's fine. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake. You don't have to force Get out of the way. Yeah? We're going to do it. We're going to do it properly. All right? Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy? Huh? Are you happy? Does this excite you now? Yeah? Yeah? Come on. Come on. Any more? What about you, Rory? Are you happy? Oh, yeah. Look at the state of this floor.
So we got a bit carried away and we've now all got tetanus to the eyes. But never fear, Rory. It's got a new disc. No, we actually need to cut to the shot where it's going up to be restored. Edit all of this and just cut it to that shot where it's on the trailer.
Okay.
And the whole MOT idea off. Ring your people
Yeah.
to restore it.
And I'll say,
And
you
just
know
say
you're
that
doing Phil.
the body's
Can you do one more?
But the body's come off the chassis.
I need to make a phone call. So I'm phoning Steve from Yorkshire Car Restorations because he said he wanted to do Phil because Phil's got a little bit of rust.
Hello mate, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Steve, you know the MX-5 that you guys are going to be taking care of?
Yeah.
Can we do a buy one, get one free? Because we've just been having a look at my E30 on camera, and that was the car that you originally suggested. And what's the word that I'm looking for, Taylor?
The rotten. It needs front jacking points. It's got some rust in the front wings, some rust in the rear wings, rear arches, outers and inners, and sort of just all.
Stop talking now. Stop talking.
Okay. Oh, and the bit where the boot is on either side.
It sounds absolutely typical E30, that.
But they are both red, so they kind of just like mould into one car. So yeah. And the MX-5 is very small, and it'll probably only take you about 5 minutes with a bit of metal weld.
Well, I think I can speak for Ryan in saying I think we could do. Yep, we'll take we'll do one at a time if that's all right.
Yeah.
But we'll get the MX-5 sorted. That's probably a quicker one.
Okay.
We'll get your E30 over, and we'll sort that out for you free of charge as well.
Thank you very, very, very much indeed.
That is no problem at all.
In the meantime, I'm going to buy more rusty cars. Taylor, stop f***ing posting. Taylor is literally just attacking my car with a screwdriver. You're getting them. Oh, for f***'s sake.
Screwdriver's got tetanus.
We'll probably work it so that when we drop when the MX-5 goes back to you, we get the E30 in at the exact same time.
Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. All right, nice one. In a bit. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And breathe.
Several days later.
Do you want a beer?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We have come down south 3 hours away to meet none other than Roger. And Alex as well. Alex.
But mainly Roger.
Mainly Roger.
Yeah.
Mainly Roger. Right, so some of you may know Roger from Auto Alex's videos. If you've not seen Auto Alex before, I'll link it down in the description below. He's got 500 and whatever thousand subscribers.
Yeah.
Plenty of videos, plenty of content, plenty of shit boxes.
So many shit boxes, which is why you're here.
Yes, this is why we're here, to sort out Roger shitbox.
Yeah, you're taking it up north and then scrapping Roger.
Yes.
And you've promised me, was it 350 quid?
£3.50.
I'll take it. I'll doubt your hand.
Yeah, where's it? That'll do us. So, tell us a little bit about Roger then.
So, this is my BMW E30 325i Touring.
Right.
I think it's my favourite kind of variation of the E30. Practicality, good looks, and I just love it. So I bought Roger about 3 months ago with my friend Taylor, who bought his blue E30. It was a double deal, 10.5 grand or so for both. So me and my wisdom thought, okay, I like red, so I'm going to have the red one, even though Luke, the guy who owned the cars, said the blue one is in better condition. But because I'm a very good friend, I said to Taylor, you can have the nicer one, and I'll have the slightly more shit one.
Yeah. So, what sort of condition was you expecting this to be in then?
Ropey, but not needing full restoration.
This is why we're here. So,
Yeah.
if you caught Alex's previous video, he actually got Roger up on the ramp.
Do you mind? Oi. Yeah.
And got the crowbar out.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
And a water pump as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, water pump went in rust holes. So yeah, as you said, put Roger on the ramp, and then we started poking around.
Yeah.
And then I heard Taylor just make all these weird noises like, oh God, oh. And it quickly became apparent that there were many, many rust holes in Roger.
Yes.
And then you guys phoned me actually about film a V6 MX-5 and said, we'll do a little bit.
Yeah.
And I said, how about you take Roger, because Roger's a bit worse.
Yeah.
So you can actually do both. So it's actually buy one, get one free with these guys. So if you ask them to do a restoration, then you pay for that, they'll do the other one completely free of charge. Which is great of you, which is so fantastic. Thank you so much for offering your buy one, get one free services. Yeah? No, but today is Sunday. It's very early. You've not slept.
I've not slept.
But you are here to take Roger away because you have offered to give Roger a proper Rogering.
A proper good Rogering. We were also crying while watching your video because of the amount of work that we've got to actually do on Roger.
Oh, so you weren't crying with laughter?
No,
Okay.
I was crying with absolute tears of agony.
Yeah.
The shock on your face when he said, we'll do it for free, I was like... What we're going to do now is we'll get it up on the ramp, have a look underneath, see how crusty it is, and yeah, you can take us on a tour around to the bottom of Roger.
Fantastic. Let's have a look at Roger's bottom.
That's a janky piece of steel that someone's put in there.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Let's see if this is a truthful screwdriver. Oh, well is that truthful? Oh yeah.
Oh, that is pretty.
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's getting worse. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's just leave that. Shit.
All I'm seeing is there's holes.
There's holes for days.
Holes for days.
Yeah.
So can you just explain to me what this does not look like?
Oh yeah.
This looks quite fresh. The damage.
I was driving on the Nürburgring and took carousel. Like I was overtaking a Porsche GT3 RS, and it just bottomed out.
Yeah. So we've got nice.
Let's just cover it a little bit.
Spray.
That's also dead as well. Just there we go.
Yeah, just spray over it.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. There's definitely a lot of work that's required on Roger.
Yeah. Are you glad you came? Yeah. So today's Sunday.
Today's indeed Sunday. Yes.
What do you reckon? Like back on Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
2029. Right, so we can, stop that. Sorry. Stop it. You're making it worse.
Yeah.
We can clearly see that it's definitely, I think the technical word for it is a shitbox.
Yes.
So we've had a prod underneath and found out that it is bad.
It's just shit.
Stop it, Roger. Stop being shit.
Yeah.
Any last final words to Roger before we completely transform?
I'm going to need that £3.50 scrap cash before you go.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
We'll sort that out afterwards.
Okay,
Just cut that bit.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Send it. Yeah. There you go, keys.
Oh, way up. It's a bit lively. Drives quite nice, actually. Has he got brakes? Oh, not a full lock. Put it to half, go.
Right, so it's the next day here, and we've got Roger on the ramp in prime spot, ready to go up in the air and to take a look. Now, from our visit to Alex's, we can definitely tell that Roger looks nice on the outside, but underneath is pretty crispy, to be honest. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it up and start poking the underneath of Roger. This right here is not good. We're completely missing the original sort of plate that goes on here, and this has actually been repaired before. I can see a nice big patch on here, which if I remove the carpet, it's probably been welded from the inside. This is the other side. Again, a nice big plate has been patch welded over this. So this here that you can see, this is not the original. I can't help but notice, but there's nice hanging wiring loom that is now outside of the car that should be inside of the car. This area isn't great. There's carpet inside here, obviously, from the inside. What I'm going to do is get the wire wheel on all of this corner just to expose it and see what is actually going on. The good thing is, though, new brake disc.
It's got a new disc.
This is fabulous. You can definitely see this nice patch panel that's been put in from the inside on this corner. Now, this is obviously rusted out and someone's just decided to put a load of bad repairs on it. So yeah, that panel is not standard and it's very thin. That's a little bit too thin, actually. Yeah, Alex, there's a lot of work to do on Roger. Roger is pretty Rogered, to be honest. Well, I think all I've done is made a mess, to be honest. So we've stripped that seat and I can see bad repairs that are underneath there. I thought there was only one, but it turns out there's actually three that's just been kind of brushed over with some thick, goopiness, whatever it is. So, as you can see, there's a lot of work that we need to do. And yeah, I think I'm gonna go home and cry. What's that? Scrapman's here, Scrapman's here. Right, so this interior needs to come out. The reason why is I'm pretty sure Alex is actually changing this interior, but I don't really want to set fire to the whole car when I'm welding underneath. So the seats have to come out and the carpet has to come out as well, because that's just going to get in the way. Now, the carpet is notoriously difficult in these cars because it goes underneath the heater matrix, so I need to have a look how difficult that's going to be and then just take it from there. But yeah, I'll start on these seats, get the front seat out, the rear seats out, get any plastics that I can, and then I'll be able to see the extent of the rust on Roger underneath the carpet. Ow. Oh yeah. test. Right, this stuff really came off pretty easy, to be honest. It was a different story on Matt Armstrong's BMW E24, where it was an absolute pain to get off. Right, so that's most of Roger stripped, interior wise, and the floor pan is actually in good condition, so there's just the usual areas really. And we've also done a lot of weight reduction as well. So that's that sorted. So what I want to do now is I want to get Roger up in the air. I can start cleaning all these corners up and where the rust is and see exactly how far it goes and what we need to fabricate. And then we can actually start doing a little bit of fabrication. Right, believe it or not, this is actually good. Now, this is a lot better than the other side because you can actually see the shape here. Now, you've got a panel which is below this panel, and then you've got a panel which is below that, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to cut this out and see exactly how it's made up to make it original. But that's good. So, like I say, I can do this side first and then do the other side in another video. So that'll mean that I know exactly how it's made up. But for now, I'm going to start on that internal bung round situation thing that's in there. So I can put a sheet of steel in there, I can go below and just mark it out, cut it out, get it tacked in, and then I can concentrate on this. Right, so I've cleaned both of these up and they're not in bad condition actually. So you've just watched me grind around here, and that's to remove that sort of, there was a little bit of pitting just on the edge, so I've removed that, and also this needs repairing, so I had to grind this back to good metal. So that's that sorted. I'm going to take the car back down so I can get the sealant off the inside of this one and just make sure there's no more rust that I can't see from underneath here. Once that's done, I can then put some pieces inside, scribe around, cut them out and get them tacked in. Right, we've got these two little plugs welded in, so they're sorted now. So I'm just going to lift the car up a little bit more and then get underneath and clean all that section up. Make sure those welds are 100%. I can't see any pinholes, but I just want to make sure there's no pinholes in there. And yeah, make sure I've got proper good penetration on Roger. Right, as you can see, we've got a nice big pile of rust, dirt, and what used to be metal on the floor. And I was just, Roger, have you just weed yourself? Naughty Roger. Roger's just weed on our nicely kept floor. I'll have to tidy that up. So that's those two bungs all sorted. There's a little bit more tidying up I do want to do on the underside, but that's mostly complete. So that's all that sorted. Right, so now what I'm going to concentrate on is this corner. So I'm going to whip this wheel off, and there's also a wiring loom which is inside here. So I just need to peel that back and put that out of the way. And then I can start cutting out the bad and see exactly what I need to fabricate on this corner. Right, so I've peeled back these wires. I've taken this little plastic bit off, peeled back these wires, and I've actually made a little shield for this wiring loom. The reason for it is because when I'm cutting, grinding or welding, I don't want to get sparks, or I don't want to cut through this or catch this or anything. because this can melt pretty easy, and it'll be an absolute nightmare trying to wire all this back together. So I've protected it with this nice 18 gauge shield, so that's all sorted. So now I can start cutting the steel from this corner and see exactly how much I need to refabricate. And it's probably a lot, because its name is Roger. Oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. So you can really see the old welds on here. So I've cut to the outside of that, and you can see that it's just been lapped over the old one. So this is the original, this is a bad panel. Now Roger has even more holes. Now that is what I'm talking about. Look at this. This is all fantastically done. Now, fantastically done. This is all done. Now, what I'm going to move on to now is that front corner. So I'll start cleaning it up, investigate how far I need to cut. I'll start marking out my cuts. No, I've already cut it. I've already cut it right. So I'm going to fabricate some panels and hopefully get some welding done. Yeah, man. Right, so you just watched me put this axle stand underneath the car. Now, off camera, I decided I wanted the car a little bit higher. So I raised the jack up, the axle stand up, and I've also put the jack underneath there, just in case, so it's doubly safe. And the tyre is going to be underneath the car, so it's triply safe. So this now gives me good access to this area. I'm going to take a little bit more of this under seal off, and I'm going to see exactly what else I need to cut out. So I'll cut most of it out on this under section, but also I need to cut out this here. Right, so with this here, we've got 5 panels which actually make up this corner. Now, we've got this sill section which comes across and terminates at this lap joint here. We've got this section here which comes right across here and terminates just on this corner. And then we've got this actual floor section here which connects and fills this entire hole. And it also laps onto this section here on the inside. Now, that's the 3 panels that I've taken off. Now, there was one panel that was completely missing and one panel that Alex ripped off when we went down to his to pick up Roger. Now, the one that Alex ripped off was a square plate which goes in here, which is sort of like a factory sort of like mounting point that they used in the factory when they built these cars. And then there was also a strengthener plate just to support that mount, which came from up here and came down to that mount. And that's got a couple of beads in it as well, just to strengthen that up. Now, you can get replacements for them, but they are fairly expensive and they're really thin and they're not very good. Like on my Armstrong's car, I've actually made my own out of a lot thicker steel, so they'll last a lot longer than ones that you can buy. Right, so I've made these 4 panels. Now these are ready to weld in. First I'm going to tack them in and just make sure everything works and everything's in place properly. Then I can fully weld them in. And then once that's done, I can grind them down and then concentrate on the other 2 panels. One which comes down here and then that plate on the bottom. Right, that's them welded in and ground down. I've primed the inside, but it's probably going to burn off with the welds that I put on these new panels anyway, so I'll have to reprime that. So now I'm going to concentrate on these other 2 panels. So we've got this panel that's down here, which is the square plate, and then we've got this panel here which goes down to the square plate, which starts from somewhere up here. Now, I can take the measurements from Colin Furs because I don't actually have any mounting points with Alex's. So I'll go to Colin first, get some measurements of that mounting plate, make sure it's in the right place for what I want on here, and then I can make them and get them welded on. Right, here we have a very crusty Colin Furs BMW E30, link in the description. Now, this is the plate that I was talking about. This car is also missing this bit of a plate here, this strengthener, which kind of goes from up here down to this plate and comes along here somewhere. Now, this has definitely seen better days, and I think this car has only got one of these as well. So this plate is 85mm by 85mm. Now, I'm going to make it out of thicker steel than what this is, and this is the same situation. So this should have a panel that comes down and meets this corner and goes across. Then it should have a panel that comes down, meets this corner, goes across and goes back up. And that's actually welded there and welded there, and that's what gives this that strength. So I've got this panel to make up here to weld onto what I've just made on Alex's car, and then I've got this panel to make, and then I can weld it in that corner. Right, so just ignoring all the mess that's down here, just pretend that's not there. Made these 2 panels. This is the little plate that goes, well, it's a big plate actually, that goes on the underside, and this is basically to strengthen that plate just along that edge. So, with that being said, I can weld. What I'm going to do now is, all this is primed, it's all prepped, it's all ready to go. I'm going to line this up, get this tacked in, get this tacked in, get it fully welded, and then that should be this corner fully complete. Me and Roger are actually wearing the same colour today, which is awesome. Now, in the previous video, we started fabrication on this corner and we got all that buttoned up. In this video, I'm going to get the wheel on that front side, I'm going to change the jack to the back side, get the wheel off and start investigating that rear arch, because I know it's quite bad because Alex put a crowbar straight through the back of it. Thanks, Alex. Right, so what we have here is rust. Now you can see a big hole down here, and there's an old patch repair that someone's put in there and decided not to grind the welds down. You can see that there's a big hole here, and the rust actually travels up. Now, all of this edge is also rusty, and I don't really want to look in there, but there's also rust in there. Now, I can see that there's rust on this side as well, so I'm going to remove that rear bumper and just expose exactly what rust is behind it, and then I'm just going to go home and cry, to be honest. I mean, I'll take off the underseal and then I'll go home and cry. Just looking at it now, I can actually see that there's more patch repairs on that side as well. Right, so that's going to be it for this video. So did you see the amount of filler I took out of this? Now, that filler, I can guarantee that filler was there because this panel has been warped by whoever's done this crappy welding and this crappy paneling inside here. Now you can actually see the weld that has burnt through this outside panel. So it looks like they've got a decent bit of penetration on the weld. However, they've put too much heat into it and actually warped this panel, so it's actually bowed on here. So that's the reason you see us, you know, doing different spots around an area, because you need to keep the heat down, because you end up doing this and then fill it full of filler. So anyway, I'm going to take all of this section out here and see exactly what's behind it, because whoever's done this repair has literally just slapped a panel on and welded around it and then covered it in under seal. So this needs doing properly. I dare say that when I take these panels off, there's probably rust behind them, which is the original panel, but yeah, we'll soon find out. So I'm going to cut these out and probably cry again, because I've got loads more work to do. I thought it was just that, but that's rusty as well. Fantastic. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Right, listen, I know it's December and all that, but I didn't expect to be opening rusty advent calendars. I mean, what's behind door number 1? Oh, look, rust. Door number 2, more rust. Door number 3, probably even more rust. There's another door number 4 down here. Rust. This is more work than I previously anticipated. Right, so it's a couple of days later now, and I was having that much fun opening advent calendars that I forgot what date it was. Now, it was the 2nd of December when I was opening these two, so I couldn't open another one. But now it's a couple of days later, so I'm free to open advent calendar door number 3 and advent calendar door number 4. Right, you're probably wondering, Ryan, what in the tarnation are you doing? Now, there is a reasonable explanation, but I've just not thought of it yet. No, the reason is because all of this, so as you know, this was warped. You can kind of see it's warped there. Now, to clean all of these old welds up is going to be almost impossible to get in there and do it properly. Now, obviously to make these panels as well is going to be almost impossible to get in there and do it properly. So I just ended up cutting everything out. Now, as you can see, it's all rusty. All of this is rusty. I couldn't get in there to do that properly, so it needs cutting out. Now, there's some sort of bodgery going on here because it's just been welded and just there's a load of sealant all over this inside. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean all this up and then just see exactly what I'm working with. So I can always line this up again, just here, to see exactly where it needs to be. And it means that I can obviously straighten this out a little bit easier. So I can retain this and just replace this edge, or I can remake this. I've not quite decided yet, but I can always use this as a reference point on here. Right, as you can see, this small repair has now turned into half of the car that I've now got to rebuild. So this is the jacking point here. I can actually retain this and that plate underneath. I just need to obviously make the sill for that. I need to make this intersection. I need to make this intersection here as well. I've got this dog leg, which was rusty inside, that I've got to remake. Obviously, I've got to remake all this section here as well. So what I'm going to concentrate on first is this back section here, because it's a little bit easier than that section over there, and it makes sense to do this side first. Don't ask me why. So I'm going to get a piece of paper. I want to start marking out my panels, where the size of them and how far they go, get them on some sheet steel, and then I can start kind of rebuilding this section. Now this point goes down to here, this point goes down to here, and then you've got a filler section just in this center here. And then obviously you've got all this situation. Now, as you can see, there's no sill left, there's no dog bone area left. All this is now gone because I've had to cut it all out because it was just all rusty. Now, in the previous episode, like I mentioned, I made some panels. There's like 6 panels down here that I've made. So I can start getting these panels welded into here, but I also need to take this little situation into consideration, cut this out, put this on the new section that I've made, but I also need to make this section here as well, and then obviously do something with this, which is going to be a pain. Right, so the situation is, I've got all these panels spot welded on. Now this is just so I know everything works, I know all the overlaps work, etc. These will come off once I do get this inside section done. Now, offering this section up, which is the old sort of corner, this fits quite nicely with all of this, so I'm happy with that. Now, what I need to do now is I need to start on this inside section here. So it goes from here, and then it ends up coming into this sort of corner on this section here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spot weld this on just for now, or tack it on, just so I know exactly where this edge is, and I can get a piece of paper and just trace out exactly how big the panel is, and then I can start making that panel. Right, so I've made this piece. It's quite a complex, it doesn't look complex, but it is quite a complex piece because it's got a lot of sort of shapes and angles going on. Now, I popped this on just so I know exactly where this edge lies, and then I can obviously bend this round. So this actually laps inside there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this in, clamp it from the backside inside the boot, and then I'm going to spot it together just temporarily, and then I can take this and that section out there, and then obviously weld it together properly and treat it properly, and then that'll be one big section that I can then pop in there and get it all welded back in. Right, so I've welded these together, so this actually follows the contour of this inner section here. Now, I've tacked these on, but I need to take these back off to then clean that inner section, and then I can weld everything back on. this is the rear corner, the corner. Right, so this is the section that we did in the previous episode. Now we've only tacked it in for now. This needs fully welding in, and we also need to sort this bottom section out here as well. Now, I'm going to make one of these in this episode as well. As you can see, this is the old one. That used to go on there, and it's missing this whole section here. So this actually tucks into the corner of this, just like that, and is spot welded together. So I'm going to make a new one of these, get it tacked on, get everything sorted, and get this corner hopefully completed so I can move on to that one. Right, so made this section. It fits quite nicely, just on there. I do need to bend this in a little bit more because it is fouling this sort of corner in here. Now, I cut through this, but I need to weld this back up because I actually need to bend this in on itself with on the shrinker. So I'm going to weld that up, get the shrinker on this section here and a little bit on this as well, so I get that natural sort of curve, and it also matches this down here as well. Right, so I've got that tacked on. I'm actually really happy how that's turned out. Now we've got the nice curvature going down here. This is nice and straight, all this ties in. There's a little bit of, you know, fiddling about I need to do, but I'm happy with that. So I've obviously got to weld this inner section in and this section on, and then weld these two together. But that's all I'm gonna do for that for now, because I want to move on to this section down here and get this done. Right, so I've got all that welded in and I've primed everything. So I've even primed up here as well in this section just for added protection. Now what I'm going to concentrate on is this sill. Now this sill is actually split into two different sections. So you've got a big section here that goes just underneath this door, and then you've got this section here as well, and you can actually see the panel join there. Now this section is actually joggled, and the joggling point is there. Now a joggle is basically a step in a panel, and this panel is overlaid over that, so it gives that nice sort of flat surface. Now this panel actually extends probably 25-30 mil underneath this panel, and obviously that one's overlaid over the top. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure up exactly what I need, and I'm going to start fabricating this part of the sill which goes underneath this part here. But what I need to take into consideration is this jacking point which you saw me cut off earlier in the video. Now that jacking point needs a little bit of refabrication work on it, but I'm going to make these section first, and then in the next video I'm then going to go onto the jacking point and get that sorted. So I've made this sill panel, but this only extends to a certain point because this is actually joggled. Now I've still got to put that joggle in there, and joggle is basically a step in the same panel, so then you can overlay another panel into there and it's nice and flush. So I need to obviously take this back off, get that joggle in there, and then I can start fabricating this corner section here, which is quite complex, but I'm going to see if I can get it in one panel. It's going to be a challenge, but there's like a dog leg that comes in here. It returns behind this door, and then obviously it goes all the way down here and it overlays onto this panel as well. So yeah, what I'm going to do is first tackle that joggle, get that sorted, and then start fabricating that panel. Right, so this is the panel that I made in the previous episode. I've cut this off and I've marked out where the joggle line is, and this is the actual old panel. Now you can see the joggle just there. Now that's where this panel steps back and this panel is overlaid over the top, so it makes that nice sort of flat surface. And you can see it's actually spot welded down there as well, just to obviously keep the structural integrity. Now you can also see on the back where it's joggled. So I actually need to make that step in this panel, on this panel here, and then the new panel that I make, I can then overlay over the top. Right, so this section is done. This goes here, and this is like this sort of dogleg section. Now, this clearly needs refabrication because you can see the pitting, the holes, everything. Now, this is going to be quite complex to do. Now, you can see, obviously, this curves like that. The whole section curves like that. You've got a bead here and a bead here. Obviously, this extends down and across. You've got like a bit of an imprint here, which is for the start of this wheel arch. You've got a curve in here, and obviously you've also got this here. Now this is going to be very difficult to do in one panel. There's this sort of bead here, but then it's stepped back to get this rounded angle down here. It's possible, but this alone, I mean, I've tried various different ways, some of which are obviously closer than others. I ended up tearing this here, but this required a lot of bashing. Right, good news and bad news. Good news is I actually managed to make it without making it in 2 panels. Now, you've just seen me hammering the crap out of it, wherever I was, maybe over here. But I've done a little bit more work off camera just to try and sweeten it up. And it does fit quite nice. The bad news is I've dented the heck out of this panel. And I've also managed to split the panel as well. Okay, so with that aside, quite literally, I'm going to make another one, but make it in 2 panels this time. Don't worry, the panel's fine, I'm fine. Everything over there is fine. Don't even worry about it. So in today's cooking lesson, right, so I've made this panel. I just need to obviously clean it up. It looks half decent, but some of you eagle-eyed viewers will have already noticed that I've chuffing made it too narrow. So what I need to do is, because I've made it too narrow, I need to extend this out just from here down. It's only this small section here. I need to extend this out so it actually meets the other panel properly and it actually overlaps it properly.
Walking out the door, yeah.
Right, so I've made those two panels and I've offered it up and it fits really nicely. Now there is a bit of a gap here which I do need to fill, but I can sort that, no problem. I'm not going to tack it on yet because I do need to protect in there, but also I need to make this jacking point. Now this is fairly complex, and this part here is actually threaded, and this little plastic bung actually threads into there. Now that's perished and that needs redoing, so a solution to that could be a bolt. Now I've tested this little grommet in the bolt and it does work. So I'm going to have to obviously take these edges down so it actually fits, and then remake this and remake this. But I'm not going to do that now, because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave this on for now so I can get a template in there so I can do this inner arch. So here we have said jacking point. This actually goes in here. Now I do need to alter this sill because it's got a bit of a nice bulge going on to accept this here. This jacking point is actually threaded on the inside, and it's also got this bung that goes in there as well. Now these threads are not good, so what I'm going to have to use is a bolt. So in the previous episode I also mentioned this. I can put this bung into this bolt, I can grind this bolt down so then it fits in there just like that, because this section here is just, there's a lot of shapes going on. Right, old jacking point, shiny new jacking point. Now, I've also put the base on this, so this is now complete. Now, that fits really nicely inside there. So the actual sill itself actually gets sandwiched between these two sections here. So it actually goes there, so there's actually 3 layers there. Now, in one of the previous episodes, I actually cut through this, so this should be able to get welded back on there straight away. And then obviously I can then drill the hole and pop this in. However, with the sill, this doesn't actually fully fit on there. Now I need to cut through here and just push this out, so it's got a little bit of a bulge here, like a speed bump. And that's obviously so it can accept this bigger section here. That's how it is on the original. So that's what I need to do with this. And then this goes on the bottom there. Right, so I've got all these pieces made now. So that slips into there, and this bad boy goes onto the inside while that is slipped underneath there. Just like that. So, with that being said, I need to weld this one on first, so obviously I can get in there, because once I put this on I can't get in there to weld this. So I need to weld this on first, but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill some holes in this so I can then weld this to this, just like that, from the underside. And then I'm going to drill some holes in this so I can then weld this to this, just like that. What I do need to do though is clean this up slightly, because it's got a little tiny bit of surface rust on it. So I'll clean this up, I can get it all protected. I can then obviously weld this on. But I've got this to take into consideration as well, so I need to obviously, if you caught the previous episode, I need to extend this slightly. I need to cut down here and weld down here, and then I obviously need to weld this to this, just like that, and then I can weld all of this into there. Right, so I've welded that section on. There's no need to grind the welds down because it's going to be hidden, and bigger welds means more strength. Now, I've primed inside there. I've also primed this panel here and that other jacking point as well. Now, I want to move on to this inner arch, but to offer this inner arch up, I've got to pop it in there and obviously ruin all the primer. So there is still work to do on this. I need to obviously cut through these, straighten these up, get these welded together. I then want to weld this to this panel, so then I can seam seal inside here and prime inside here, and then pop it onto the car. Now, while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to go onto that inner arch over there on the front section, because there's a couple of areas where it looks like it's rusty, and I just want to make sure that everything's good over there. So once that's done, I'll then jump back onto here. This primer should be dry, and then I'll start on this inner arch. Well, that's not good. I wasn't quite expecting to see that much rust. There's rust down here. There's also rust around here as well, which is why this doesn't really appear to be attached to much. This rust means that I've got to probably cut this section out and replace it. This is where there's a seam, and obviously water's come up and actually got between that seam, or it's come down and got between that seam. Yeah, that needs cutting out and refabricating. The good thing is though, this part up here is actually good. It's just this bit down here. Now, there's probably more rust on the other side as well. Yeah, okay. No, it's okay. No, it's fine. Oh yeah. So I've welded that together. All this is nicely in the corner of this bigger panel. That's all welded, that's all sorted. I've primed in here as well. Now what I want to do is, first of all, I want to bend this to exactly where it needs to be and extend this. So I need to obviously pop it on there, extend it, do whatever I need to do with this panel. And once that's all in place and in shape, I can then put a nice big bead of sealant all the way in there and then weld this on. And then obviously we can get back onto what we originally started in the video, which is the jacking point. Right, so I've offered this up, I've cut this, I've cut that in there, now this fits quite nicely. I do need to clean up a little bit more inside this arch, but what I also need to do is I need to make a little section just for here. Now, this inner arch actually returns onto this section here, and I cut it off a couple of episodes ago, so I just need to reinstate that. So basically, it's just going to be an L shape that goes all the way to the bottom of this, all the way down here. I'll weld it to there, so then that'll be in there ready, and then I can weld this section to that section, and then finally get this welded in. Finally. Right, so I've got all this section done on the outside. Now I need to get onto this inside. So I've actually cut, you may have seen me cut this little section off here. I'm not sure if I should have cut that off or not. I need to go online and just have a look. The other side, it ends there, but I'm not sure if it's just rusted off and ends there, or if it actually does end there. So I'll look into that, but for now, I'm going to start on this inner arch. So I've got this to weld in, a little bit of trimming to do, get it welded in, and that'll be this side. Oh no, actually, I've still got this to put in. Once that's in, that'll be this side complete. And then I've got to go onto that side. Oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Now I've got that bottom section in, put some wax oil all in this cavity here. Might drill some holes a bit later just to get some, you know, different angles, to get some wax in there, but that's all protected, that's all done, sorted, bada bing, bada boom. Now I'm going to go on to this side behind me, which is also going to be a pain because welding inside here, I just couldn't get in and get the welder in there as well to weld it, so it was an absolute pain. Now I've not ground this down majorly, so it's 100% flat because there's no real need to. It's going to be in there, it's going to be covered. Bigger welds, more strength. Now I just need to put that bung in there and then this is all done. Like I say, get onto that side now. The joys. Right, here we have our nice, lovely wheel arch stroke sill. Now, it's not 100% perfect, but I'm going to do a little bit of, you know, titivating to it off camera. But for now, I'm going to get this wheel back on, and I'm going to jump onto that front side on the jacking point, because I know that that's got quite a few holes in it, to be honest. So I'm going to cut that out and see exactly what I need. Now, this car has been on an axle stand probably for about 4 or 5 weeks, so it looks so different being actually on the floor. Now, like I say, I do want to take this tyre off again and just, you know, protect in there properly and do all this and do all that, but I can do that off camera. Now, I'm going to jump onto that front section. So this is said front section. Now, it's exactly what I did in one of the first videos. On the other side, it's all this corner here. So I need to get inside there. I need to get rid of the sound deadening. There's a wiring harness which is here as well, which I need to obviously get rid of, which is right there. And then I can start cutting out and see exactly what I need to actually refabricate. So the situation is, I've done this outside panel here, and I've done this. Now this had a slight curve on it because this whole floor pan sort of situation curves up into the bulkhead, which is up here. Now, I know what you're thinking. I've still got to grind these welds down, which I will do, and I've also got to replace this panel here because this is badly pitted. But it's only like a rectangle panel. I can do that, don't worry. Now what I'm going to concentrate on is getting this floor, big floor section fabricated. So I can get a piece of paper, I can trace out what I need, get it on some sheet steel, get it welded in. It does have a bead or two on it, so I need to obviously match it with the original, but I can do that. And I've also got this big square panel to do on the bottom, and then this sort of jacking point strengthener thing that goes on this side here. So yeah, that's a lot of work. Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do. Right, so I've done that floor section there, and I've welded it in, but I've actually run out of gas. So I'm going to leave the rest of the welding until the next video, and I can grind it all down. But now I'm going to concentrate on this square jacking point here, and then this sort of situation that goes around here as a support for that jacking point. Right, so here we have the leftovers from the previous episode. So I've rebuilt most of this corner. I've got this panel, and then I've got this square mounting point on the bottom, which I still need to weld on. But I need to take these off and grind these welds down from the floor section panel, and make sure everything's good. I've also got this section to rebuild here, so it's just a square sort of rectangle plate that I need to put in there. And then apart from that, I can get these panels primed and then get them welded on. So I'm going to start by doing that first. I'll grind the welds down, etc. And then I've just seen some rust there, which I pointed out in the previous episode, I think, which I'm going to clean all that up, and then I'm going to get onto that back section. Right, so that's this front section all done. I've got that plate on the bottom and this strengthening plate here. So that's all finished now. That's all primed and sorted. So now I'm going to move on to, I'm actually going to clean this up here, this area, and then I'm going to move on to this back section and clean all this up and just see exactly what we've got to do. Right, it is the next day, and as you can see, I've had a good trim. I do need to still do the beard, but the hair's done. I'm going to do this tonight, don't worry. Now, the reason why this is a little bit disjointed is because I was drilling these holes and then the battery ran out on the drill. So then I started on that back section. So I'm going to continue on this now, get this welded in, but then it's going to be Ryan from yesterday doing that until that's sort of like all stripped, and then I'll be doing that after, if you see what I mean. So it's going to be long hair Ryan, short hair Ryan, long hair Ryan, short hair Ryan. Right, awesome. That is now done. Now, there's a little bit of grinding down that I do need to still do, but I can do that off camera. I've got to grind down the inside panels, and I've also got to drill some holes for these little clips, so I can obviously still attach this to that. But I'm going to do that all off camera. Now, back to long hair Ryan from yesterday, grinding down that back section. And trust me, there's a lot of nice golden rust, so enjoy that. Okay, so now you've seen what awaits us, I'm going to continue this. Now, this is a bit of a problem area right here. I'm hoping this kind of comes off and then I can get behind there and repair it properly. Now, obviously, there's all of this that I need to repair, this whole sill and this inner section, and I'm still yet to take this down and see exactly what's in here. So I think I'm going to do this first, get this all stripped, take this plastic off so obviously I don't damage it, get it stripped inside here and just see exactly what we're working with. And then, yeah, we'll take it from there. Is this like some space age technology that I don't know about or something? I mean, this is a classic case of I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm just going to throw a load of sealant in there. This bad boy is like 6 inches worth of sealant. It's like a full tube of sealant that someone's decided to plaster inside of Roger just to fill up some holes. Just get some metal in there. Just weld some metal. Why put sealant? It's There's a big hole there now, and there's also a big hole further up because there's a lot of muck up there. So I'm going to take this plastic panel off and see exactly what's behind there. But also, you've noticed that there's a big hole here as well. So as well as here, there's also a hole here, and there's a hole there, and there's a hole there, and there's some sealant over there that I just threw. Oh yeah, love it. I love it, really. Really? Really? Really though. Right, listen, when Alex actually answers, I'm just going to say that he needs to scrap this car because it's an absolute joke. This car is a joke, and Alex just needs to scrap it. Just needs to, yeah. When he answers, I'm just going to tell him exactly what the... Oh, hello. Right, hello. Hello, how are you?
Hello. I'm very well. I'm sitting in my rust-free BMW X5, which is fantastic.
Oh, I'm just sat with a very rusty BMW E30, which is Auto Alex's.
Is that not? No, that must be Colin Furz's.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right there. Actually, yeah. So I just wanted to, share the love. A problem shared is a problem halved, and all that. Yeah. And I just want to direct your attention to the amount of rust and dirt that we have on the floor. Now.
Oh, is that where you've been working on Colin's car, and then you just moved the cars over?
Oh yeah, this is definitely Colin's car. This is definitely not Auto Alex's car. You'll probably notice a nice big hole just there, which is looking absolutely fantastic. If I move my beard out the way, you can actually see there.
I don't know what you mean. It looks fine to me.
Oh yeah, that hole is actually meant to be there. No, it's
There you
not.
go. It's a efficient German speed hole. Oh no.
Yeah, yeah. Right, let me just... Can you see this?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yes, and look, this was stuck inside of this hole right here.
Oh, nice. Oh, fantastic. They did good work in the past.
So this is some space age sort of situation going. It's like 6 inches worth of... yeah, let's just get rid of that. So, as you can see, we've also got a hole here. We've also got a hole up here. And we've also, if I send you down here, we've also got... Okay, yeah. I'm shaking in anticipation of the rust that awaits us. We've got plenty of...
Oh,
Plenty of that. And also...
oh, ow, ow. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Oh, wow. I'm all right. Yeah, I just hit my head on the way down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's nice. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that also from Colin's car?
This is also from Auto Alex Colin's car, yes. This used to go. This used to go just here.
Right.
So these appear to be fuel lines, breathers, whatever you want to call them. They look like rust to me, but we're going to have to take obviously this strut off, and we're going to have to take these lines out as well to obviously attend to said rust. It's not looking good.
So what are you saying? Just get that skip that we spoke about earlier and just chuck it in there.
Yeah, yeah. When we said scrap value before, I thought there's potential that we could save this car. Now there's no potential. This car just needs to go in the scrap bin, I think.
Fair. Should we just call it quits? You just chuck it. You keep any scrap money you make, and then we'll just call it a day.
I mean, you could see the previous episode here. These are
Yes.
These are the previous really nice episodes.
Yeah. No. I've very much enjoyed watching you work and fabricating. It's been very, very satisfying.
So, to be honest, Alex, I'm going to go home and cry because I've had a lot of holes that I've uncovered. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Alex, if you could do the outro to this video, and I'm just gonna leave, and I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna cry, and I'm gonna put that microphone right there, and it is down to you. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, yeah. While Ryan goes home and has a little cry, thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe to the Yorkshire Car Restoration channel, because there is a lot more coming up, apparently, on Roger, my E30. I thought it would have been done by now, so did you, but alas, it's an E30 with lots of rust. Stay tuned for more satisfying fabrication, and hopefully no payments, right? There was no payments in that, Ryan? Right, Ryan? Bye!
This, we obviously need to get a new one of these. This actually covered these fuel lines. Now we need to send these back through the car so we can get access to this section here, because there's just a huge hole here that we need to repair. Once we've done that, we can also investigate up here as well. We need to take this filler cap off so we can get access in there, and then yeah, just start the process of the refabrication-ness. Yeah, okay. Right, we've done those couple of panels. Now, this one up here, I'm going to have to take the inside carpet out, which means I need to take the boot cover off and take that carpet out of there so I can actually successfully weld this without setting fire to the whole car. What an absolute pain in the rear end that was. These small, tiny, intricate panels take so much time, it's unbelievable. So I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 panels, and then I've welded up that sort of, that sleeve thing as well. So that's sorted. It took way too long, but it's done now, so that's good. Now, what do I want to do? Now I'm going to, I think I want to concentrate on this back section here. So I'm going to get this cut out, and then get a template together, get some sheet steel, and hopefully get it tacked on. And yeah, I suppose I'm just going to have to take it from there, I guess. Right, so you're probably wondering why I've cut this whole section off, and so am I. If you can imagine, you've got a wire brush trying to get in here to clean all around here. Now, as you can see, this bracket where it attaches to the car is actually rusty here and here. It's rusty in this corner, so this needs rebuilding. This is rusty, so this needs rebuilding. Obviously, we've got that big hole on the bottom. We've got this big hole. The bottom of this bracket is rusty. So basically, it was just easier to cut the whole thing off, get it on a bench, recreate all of it, and then I can weld it all back on. It's quite a task, and there's now a big hole in Auto Alex's car. But I'm going to start by cleaning this up, so get a wire wheel in here now that I can get access, and just see how bad it is, see if there's anything I can save, and then we'll take it from there. Right, this looks fairly complex, and I mean, it is fairly complex, but it depends how you look at it. Now, if we break it down, there's only actually 6 panels here. Well, I'll say only, it's quite a lot. But obviously we've got this section here. Now, I'm going to cut this off and refabricate the bottom of this. There's no point in refabricating everything. I'm just going to splice some in the bottom. Now, there's a big panel here, which that forms this edge and this edge, and that extends all the way up to here, so that's 2. We've got a small panel on this back edge here, that's 3. We've got this panel here, that's 4. We've got this panel which laps onto this and laps onto this big panel, so that's 5 that goes all the way around here. And then we've got this section here, which is number 6. Now, this forms part of the inner arch. This little straddly bit here is also part of the inner arch that's rusty, which was filled with sealant. So, I mean, you could call that 7, but I'm going to call this 6 for now, and then the 7th one will be on that inner arch section. Now, I'm just going to break it down. I'm going to start with the big panels first, get them fabricated, and then move on to the small panels. Right, so far we've made this big section here, this smaller section which laps onto this side, and then we've also made this here. Now, they all fit together just like that. Now this piece here is joggled, and that's so this can sit flush with this section here. So I need to bend this in and then bend it back the width of this, so this basically sits flush. Now you can see it just here, and this is nice and flush because this section is actually joggled and stepped back. So I think I'm going to do that now. I can't do it on the bead roller because this angle that I've made here and this is actually in the way. So I'm going to use the vise and just a lot of bending with a hammer, basically, just to get that section there. And then that'll be 3 sections done. And then all I need to do is make this outside section and then this one here as well. Well, that actually turns out really well, to be fair. Now, that's the old section. I did put this bead in here, so this bead wasn't actually in this section here, but I wanted to mimic what was in here, so I've kept the space in between, and I've just popped that in there. Now, this is made out of, I think it was 6 panels. So we've got the beads in here, we've got everything sort of like mocked up together, but we've got this, which we need to drill holes in, stitch together. We need to drill holes all the way down here. Stitch all this together, and stitch this, and then we can weld it onto the car. There is also the little situation that goes on here, which I'll show you in a second, which I also need to fabricate the bottom of. Right, this is all welded together now. There's an awful lot to match up to this car now. All of this here needs to match up with all of these lines here. Now that's the reason why I actually tacked the panels onto the car first and then tacked them together and then obviously took them off and welded them together. Now, putting a lot of heat into this, it actually warps the panels, so there might be a little bit of, you know, jiggery pokery, but this should still match up with the car, hopefully, fingers crossed. I've not welded this seam here because just in case I need to sort of like bend this out or bend this out, because once I weld that, that means that that corner's set. So I'm going to leave that open for now and then weld it afterwards. But yeah, I'm going to get it welded in, and then hopefully, once it's welded in, I can get this inner arch done, and then that should be all of this corner complete. That turned out really well. Now, I've ground down everything except for that inside, so I need to get in there. It's going to be really time consuming because it's such a hard angle to get in, but I need to get in there, I need to grind that down, and I've also got a little hole at this back end here which I need to sort. But now, I'm going to start concentrating on this inner arch. Now, I'm hoping it doesn't go too far with the rust because they're an absolute pain to do, but I'm going to clean this all up first, see exactly what I need to do and get a template. Then I can obviously start fabbing a piece to go in here and get it welded in. Stop right there. We are going to be moving Roger onto a ramp just over there, so we need to get the wheels on and pop him over there because today we've actually got a very special car and a very special person that's actually turning up. A lot of you may know him from YouTube, and it's actually going to be placing his car right here. So Roger, I'm not going to be downgrading Roger because Roger actually needs to go up on a ramp so I can finish off the underside and give it a nice coating. So Roger is going to be upgraded to a ramp, and then we're going to get the new car from the YouTuber right in this spot. So I need to put the wheels on, I'll get the wheels on, we'll roll it out, we'll get it on the ramp, jobs are good done, and then I'll continue on the back section. Ow. Right, I've got Roger on the ramp now. There's not actually much left on Roger. We've got the odd crispy little bit of bumper here. We've got the sill on the backside. We've still got that inner arch to do. And then we've got little bits and bobs that we need to do underneath as well. But I think we've only got 2 more episodes after this one, maybe a 3rd one, depending on how we get on. So yeah, it's Roger's time here is coming to an end, but he is going to go back to Auto Alex so Auto Alex can enjoy Roger again. And yeah, he's up on the ramp, we can get the underside done, we can get access to the repairs easier, and yeah, so now we're going to continue on that rear arch. take this inner arch back out because we need to prime behind it. We also need to put a bead of seam sealer in there, and then we can get it welded in for good. So it's just about fitting nicely. I'll get it tacked in, make sure everything's good, and we'll get it welded in fully, and that should be this section all complete, except for a little tiny bit here. You've just seen me use this. Now this is actually from Dinatrol, and it's some rust converter. Now this also comes with a handy dandy applicator gun, which just snaps on like that and allows you to spray it. Now I've actually applied it on this panel. I've actually scotched it down first to make sure that it keys in, and then I've applied it onto the panel, and you can see it's worked its magic and it's turned it black. And this is actually an epoxy coating as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue with this panel. I'm going to get some primer on it so it doesn't rust again, and then I can get it welded in. Right, that's that side done just about. Now, I've ground the welds flush on the outside, but I haven't on the inside because there's no real need. It's going to be covered in unseal, and it's stronger if you leave a lot of the weld on. Now that's sorted. Obviously I need to prime it. I'm going to get it primed just to protect it in the interim, and then obviously we can seal it and get everything done, seam seal it from the inside, blah, blah, blah. Job's a good one. Now it comes on to this section here. Now this arm's kind of in the way, but I'm hoping I don't have to rebuild this jacking point, because if you saw from one of the previous episodes, the jacking point is an absolute pain to do. However, I'm going to start fabricating these pieces. Now, there's actually a joggle in here as well, so this panel actually goes underneath this panel here, which is a pain because it's two separate panels welded together, a joggle, blah, 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 whatever else. Anyway, I'm going to get a template, I'm going to clean all this up, get a template, and start cutting some sheet steel to hopefully make these pieces. Right, so that is that section done. Now I've sprayed some Dinatrol rust converter on it, and it's turned it black, and it sort of like reacts with the iron oxide that's in there. Once that's dry, I'll then get some weld-through primer on there. Well, that's that section now done, except for some seam sealer and obviously, you know, dressing it up and things like that. So now I'm going to go on to the front bumper. There's like 2 little sections that I need to refabricate on both sides, and they look pretty rusty. So as you can see, the next stage is cleaning Roger's very dirty bottom. So this is where this fancy machine comes in, and these guys, the ice blasters. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Awesome. So, how do we attend to Roger's dirty bottom?
Dry ice blasting, of course.
Dry ice blasting, of course. Now, what are the benefits of dry ice blasting?
Well, dry ice is a water-free, chemical-free, non-abrasive method of cleaning. It's actually really powerful.
Right, okay. And I can see that there's a lot of oil, there's a lot of dirt, there's little tiny bits of rust and things like that, so does it attend to that as well?
It will attend to most of that, not your rust.
Yeah.
So it's designed to be non-abrasive, so it might move or clean some surface rust or even take off loose bits of rust, but it's not designed as a treatment for rust prevention or rust cure. Rust prevention, yes, but certainly not to cure rust.
Yeah, so there's a big difference between sort of sandblasting that we've done in the past and dry ice blasting.
Completely
so you can actually do this inside as well, can't you?
You can,
so
yes.
the workshop is filled with cars and you can just blast away
It
without...
is. Yeah, so we're not going to be adding any additional media into this cleaning process. So what we're going to clean is going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
It's going to end up down on the floor. It's going to end up in the air.
Yeah.
It's not magic.
Yeah.
But because we're not, for example, sandblasting or media blasting, we're not adding any additional media into the environment.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can clean comfortably in a workshop.
So you've actually got Instagram, Facebook and a website as well, which I will link down in the description. So do check these guys out. Give them a like on Instagram, Facebook. Go check the website out. You're mobile as well, aren't you?
We are, yeah, full national coverage. So
Full
we'll
national.
come to you.
Easy.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So let's attend to Roger's Dirty Bottom.
Let's do it. done.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked on how clean the underside of this car is. And it started as an absolute mess. I mean, on here was thick gunk and everything, and look, it's literally nearly brand new. I mean, this is ready for a coating, right?
It's ready. You can take your coating now.
Yeah.
So you haven't got to wait for it to dry or anything like that. It's
Fantastic.
the perfect surface for the coating to adhere to.
Right, so I've got good news and bad news, right?
Okay.
Which one do you want first?
Good news, please.
Right, so the good news is I'm absolutely over the moon with the work that you've done, and it looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure Alex will as well, because you've done inside the engine bay at the top as well.
We have, yes.
And it does look brand new. But the bad news is you've uncovered more rust for me to sort.
But that's good.
It's good and it's bad because
it can be seen to be sorted now.
It was outside
but
our
there's more good news. Now that you're working on it, it's clean.
It is. Yeah.
You can see what's going on. You're not going to get dirty by working on this car.
It's a good basis to start from as well. And I like the fact that you've swept all of the dirt into a pile, and this has all come from Auto Alex's car. Yeah. Now, as you saw, it's a very clean process, isn't it? So you can do it in an open workshop, and there's cars around and nothing's going to get damaged. Roger's bottom is now clean, and I'm sure he's over the moon. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Coming.
Thank you for having us over.
Make sure you do get them on Instagram, Facebook, and you've got a website as well. I'll link everything down in the description below. And now, while you guys have a nice trip home, I've got more rust to sort. Right, quite a big moment for Roger. Now, all the rust repairs have been done, so we've done an awful lot of work off camera trying to get Roger ready. And there was just loads of little tiny fiddly bits that we've been doing for 2 days, trying to get it ready. So, as you know, this is being painted, so we're trying to, go full ham on this car and try and get it done. My Uncle John is rubbing the bodywork down. My Uncle Richard is applying the Dinatrol 700 seam sealer on all of the repairs and everything that we've taken off, so that's all sorted. And then we can start undercoating it. So there'll be the stone chip, which is the 445 from Dinatrol. There's the 4941, which is the underbody stuff, and then we've got the ML as well, which is the cavity wax. We're going to get the stone chip on first, after the 700, which is the seam sealer, and then we can do all of the underside with the 4941. Right, so it's the next day here. We've undercoated the entire car, and I've just spotted a couple of things that we've missed. Now that's where the aerosol cans come in, because I don't want to be using the gun and having to clean it out again just for some small areas. So we've got the 445 here, which is the stone chip in the aerosol. And we've also got the 4941 here, which is the full undercoating. So this is like the tacky stuff, which is self-healing, and this is the rock hard stuff that you put in the arches. So we're going to use these to top up any areas that we've missed, and it's dead easy to use without having to use the airline, get the gun out, having to clean the gun, etc. Now you might find this whole entire area very different, because we've actually got it into the paint shop. So it's off the ramp into the paint shop. All the rust repairs are completely done. We've undersealed the whole entire car. Link is in the description to the previous episode. Do check it out, it's a good one. In this episode, we're going to paint the whole entire car. So we need to strip it of all the parts, which we've already started doing already. And the lads are just going to go full ham on this, because we are taking it to Shedfest this Saturday, and it's now Monday, and we need to fill this car and paint it and do an awful lot. So yeah, crack on, lads. I've not done too much filming on the car because we've been going absolutely full ham on trying to get this painted, because we've only got 2 days left. Now, a lot of the paint preparation products are sponsored by U-Pol. Do check them out. Now, if you come into the paint booth, you can see it's all nicely taped up. We've got some stone guard on the bottom there, which will be painted in red. If you come around this side, you can see all the primer that's been put on the car. You can see these repairs that have disappeared on each side of the car. And if you continue into the booth, we've got the doors on, we've got the wings on. The lads are just rubbing it down to make sure it's absolutely perfect for paint. And if you keep following me through, you can see the bumpers over there, and you can also see the wing mirrors down here. So we've got probably half an hour before we're going to paint this car, paint the full car. We've got 4 litres of paint, and hopefully get this done in time, because we've also got to flat and polish it, we've got to put it back together, and Shedfest is coming very soon. Well, here we are at Mallory Park at Shedfest. Roger is here, looking nice and shiny, and we've got the stand in the background showing some tools and some of the basic equipment that we use. So it's been quite a journey with Roger, and this isn't the last episode because I'm going to do one more episode where it shows the entire journey of what Roger started at and how he is now. But just look at how nice Roger looks, and people have been coming by complimenting how nice it looks. And like I say, it's been quite a journey, and I spent quite a lot of time with Roger, and I think I also did an all-nighter with Roger, which was, yeah, we'll talk about that later. But it's just like, it's like the end of an era. It really is. So Alex hasn't actually seen this car yet, and we do have the badge. We're just going to let Alex put it on. So we're going to go over there, get Alex, see what he thinks to Roger, and then, yeah, we'll probably enjoy the show.
Wow! Fancy seeing you here.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Oh, good, mate, good. So,
Yeah.
I've brought a package for you. It's quite a big package, actually. Yeah,
It looks tiny.
Yeah, there's... oh, okay.
You're flying.
Alex!
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Not too bad. This is. And we're saying hello because the camera didn't work the first time.
Yes.
It ran out of battery the second time.
So,
And now you're using your girlfriend's
yes,
phone? Yeah.
so it's because I want to cuddle you many times.
I can see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've brought a package along.
A very small package.
No, quite a big package.
Tiny,
no,
tiny,
No,
in
it's
fact.
actually got 4 wheels, this package.
Okay,
This
right,
one's
yeah.
for later, but
Okay,
we've actually
perfect.
got... It's Roger.
Show me. I'm very excited.
Yes, let's
Very
go and see
excited.
Roger.
Let's
Because
go,
Roger
Roger.
is painted.
Hello, you're right. Roger is red.
Can you see Roger?
I can see Roger. I
What?
can't see any holes though. That's not my car.
No, it's definitely... What we've done is we've bought a new shell,
Yeah,
put
okay,
your
yeah.
number plates on, and then it's sound.
Fantastic. Oh,
Yeah. But this is Roger.
this is not Roger.
Also Alex's BMW E30 Touring.
How Auto Alex's BMW? Very nice. That's an expensive sign.
It is, yeah. It's actually one of our signs that we've folded up and scrolled on.
I genuinely cannot believe that you painted this 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the
State of it when you handed it over.
it was bad.
It was very
It was
bad, yeah.
faded. It was every colour of red you can imagine.
This is very, very impressive. Where's the rust?
The rust is nowhere to be seen.
I'm really, really impressed. There's no rust! And it's all freshly wax oiled.
All fresh, yeah. With the best stuff, dinner troll stuff. But it's had all these corners down here.
Oh.
All this, I
I've
hand
seen every single episode. yeah.
fabricated all of that there.
Yes, I know. I
That's
remember.
it's brand new. It is brand new. Genuinely amazing. Yeah, you guys have completely pulled it out the bag, smashed it,
Yeah.
put it in the bag,
Yeah.
painted it, and then pulled it back out. But it looks like a complete brand new E30 Touring.
Well, there's the structure and all the rust
Yeah.
and everything, and the underneath is absolutely immaculate.
You could eat your
Brian's
dinner
spent
off it.
time- Yeah.
I
It's
fell
as good
asleep.
underneath as it is on the outside.
I fell asleep
Fantastic.
underneath this
Yeah.
car for
Twice.
10
Did
minutes.
you actually?
Yeah.
Twice.
I did a little nap.
I did an all-nighter on one of the episodes because I
Yeah.
needed the video out. It was when I was doing this corner.
Yeah.
And I was underneath and it was on the jack stand. And then I woke up and the panel that I was offering up was on my chest there.
So out of all the cars you guys get through your workshop, how bad was this?
This one was the best.
Yeah.
This one.
The
was-
best?
It's,
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Nearly all of our cars are worse than this.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you work on stuff that's been fished out of the sea.
Oh yeah.
You should see the disaster Datsun video.
The Datsun, we've done whole
That is
floor.
bad. Really, really bad.
All the floor from the bulkhead all the way to the back, fully custom. It was that bad.
Yeah, or look at the Porsche 911 video. That's so bad.
Yeah.
So I've got a very nice interior to go on, and I bought some Harker wheels.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh nice.
So it will be properly sorted. But yeah, thank you so much.
Oh no, it's been a pleasure, mate. It's been it's
Has it been a pleasure though?
it was compared to all
lovely.
the other cars,
Yeah.
it is a pleasure. Yeah.
No, it's excellent.
And it's for you, mate.
I know.
We need you to put your BMW badge on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The last bit. Last bit.
Yeah.
It's upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100%
How
correct.
upset would you be if I did that?
There we go. There we go. That finishes it off.
Thank you very much. We hug. Cheers, dude. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you
Anything
very
for you,
much.
mate.
No, really appreciate it. Yeah, no problems at all, mate.
Oh, I can't wait to get it back to the unit.
Do you recognise this?
I do.
That's the Lucky Horseshoe.
Yeah. Was that from
That's
the Korea?
actually a jacket.
Oh, no, that was him.
That was, yeah.
That was
was the checking
Yeah, that was the checking point, yeah.
Yeah, it looks the bollocks.
It was bollocks.
It was bollocks,
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
But no.
So yeah, it looks brand new.
Yeah.
It was all faded and disgusting and rusty,
Yes, it was.
and now it's got 6 layers of paint on it.
And now,
Hold out my hand.
hold out your hand.
Oh,
There
thank
you go.
very much. All right, well, thank you very much. And
No problem.
Again. Hope you
No
enjoy Shedfest 2024 as well.
Yes.
And I'll bring you more shit. But for now, if you've got a shit car with lots of rust, bring it to these guys, Yorkshire Car Restoration. Because look, they've polished this turd and made it road legal as well.
This turd does look quite good, to be fair.
It does.
Yeah.
It's the best turd here, I think.
I think so too. I think so too.
What a show so far. So Auto Alex has actually been down here and he loves the car, how it's turned out. And we've even got an award winner sticker. Look, it's an award winner. What a fantastic achievement that is. Now, we're actually going on to stage in a couple of hours and the sun's out and it's just absolutely fantastic. This show goes on for literally miles. It goes all the way around the track, all the way up there as well. So we've still got bits of the show to see and bits of cars to see. But we are on stage very soon, I think at 4 o'clock. So, Alex is happy with the car. It was a bit of a shame for me to hand over the keys because I spent such a long time with this car, but it's been such an achievement. A load of people have been by, they've been asking about the car and it's just been an absolute experience. So, we'll see you on the stage at 4.
Alex, Rory, Taylor, let's make your way up, please. The crowd is extending to up on the hill over there.
Oh, wow.
Right, Alex, you didn't get a chance to walk around.
No, I didn't.
So we chose this on your behalf.
I think we can all agree on it because I already know which car you chose.
Do you? Did you tell him? You're so shit at keeping secrets.
It was meant to be that he was chosen the award, Taylor.
You've ruined the illusion that I chose the car.
This time, you're the shit one.
I've really messed that up. So you picked this car, Alex, and why?
You've told it. Wait, hold on one sec. Wait, Men in Black. They've all forgotten. So my car of the show is a car that has been worked on for many a month. It is also a car that Taylor and I bought at the same time. He bought a, was it black or blue?
Blue.
Blue one. I bought a red one. Yours was in better condition than mine. Mine had a few rust holes here and there.
A few.
Yes, it did have a few. Indeed, indeed. And then a company called Yorkshire Car Restoration reached out and said, we would like to take that project on. So the car of the show for me is, it's my BMW E30 Touring, which has been fully nut and bolt restored and also resprayed 2 days ago. So to the guys from Yorkshire Car Restoration, come on up and I want to award you with your award. If everyone could give them a round of applause. They've documented everything from start to finish. Here he is. There you go. Thank you very, very much again for all of the help.
Thank you.
How do you feel? How's the work been?
Hard, but can I just say, Auto Alex has actually awarded himself an award on his own car, so I think
I'll take it, yeah. No, but you can have it. But yeah, again, thank you very much to Yorkshire Car Restoration. You are going to be taking Phil home very soon because Phil has a few little rust holes underneath. It's an MX-5, but you guys will sort it out.
These guys are really smashing it, and I've met them through you, Alex, and they've got some major projects underway for Shmee, Matt Armstrong, for yourself.
Colin first.
And of course, give them a follow. Hit that subscribe button and a like, and we'll see you soon.
Alex.
Hello.
What a day.
Yes,
you have been absolutely rushed off your feet.
Yeah, literally. The backs of my knees are actually, I think they've got rigor mortis. But they are nearly 40 years old.
That's right, there you go, yeah. There you go.
But it's been amazing and it's been great to have you. And yeah, you won an award as well, and I've got Roger back, and
it's all win-win situation for everyone.
Really, really good vibes.
Although I am a bit sad I'm giving Roger back to you.
But it's okay.
Because me and Roger, we've had our times.
Yes.
We have had our times together.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to see Roger anymore.
Well, no, I'll bring Roger up at some point.
But there will be another car that you bring up, right?
Yeah, I was going to say it's okay, because I'm going to replace Roger with Phil.
With Phil.
My V6 MX-5 that has quite a holy rusty underneath.
Yes.
Because it's an MX-5. So I'm going to need some Yorkshire car restoration love. Yorkshire rescue me, please.
Yes, I mean, Yorkshire rescued Roger.
You did.
And Roger looks absolutely amazing.
He does
the
look
amount
stunning.
of people that have actually said to us that they don't actually recognise this car. This isn't Roger.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It bloody is, yeah.
But I'm
Watch
a little
all
bit
the
behind on the videos, though. I am a little bit behind on the videos.
You need to get on top of that, yeah.
I do, yeah.
Not that you haven't been particularly busy, because you've been very, very busy.
Yes.
I think you're the busiest man on YouTube that I know.
But we have got a video that's just gone live, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Go check it out.
Yeah, go check that video out.
Yeah.
And, Alex,
oh, thank you.
it's been a pleasure. Oh, I've been hugging this guy all day. Listen, like, comment, subscribe. Check Auto Alex out. I'll leave a link down in the description. Shedfest 24 has been an absolute blast. And we got, what is it, Car of the Year from you?
Well, car of the
Roger?
show, for me, it was my personal choice.
Yes,
Yeah,
there you go.
Car of the show.
It's also your personal car.
It is, well, yeah, it just happened to work out
Well,
that
you
way.
know, that's
Yeah,
what happens.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, thank you very much for
Thank
everything.
you.
It's been an absolute
Appreciate
pleasure.
it, yeah,
And
thank you very much.
Shedfest 25.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
But maybe not here, because we ran out of space.
Yes.
And sorry, everyone in the Leicestershire area. We've locked down the whole place in your villages, and yeah.
Well done. That's
Yeah.
all. That's on you, mate. That's
Yeah,
on.
it is on me.
I'll leave it with you. I'll leave it with you.
Oh, okay. Cheers. Don't forget Phil. Yeah. Roger is looking great. We've got a few things to do. We've got the interior to fit. We've got the wheels to go on, which I'm so excited
They're
about.
very exciting.
But before we do that, we thought let's get Roger up in the air and show you around, because obviously the guys at Yorkshire Car Restoration have completely restored this car, given it a full respray, and it's definitely worthy of us spending some time to show you exactly what they've done. Taylor, do you want to talk us through from the bottom up?
So this bit was rotten before. This is all new. This whole, well, it's not the battery tray because the battery's in the front, but it's like a battery tray. Same on this side. This has all been fabricated and replaced, which is really nice. The whole underside of the car has been ice blasted and coated in Dinitrol.
Yes. So ice blasted by the Ice Blasters, so you can go check those out on Instagram. They are completely mobile, and you can do it in a confined space like this. It's not like sandblasting where the media gets everywhere. Ice is literally just in the atmosphere. So yeah, if you want to get your car completely ice blasted underneath, it's very, very satisfying, and it has done this car wonders.
It has. Yeah, because if you were to Dinitrol a car, if you don't clean the surface areas properly, it doesn't stick. It holds moisture, it holds dirt, things like that. It just doesn't do a proper job. So that's all been done, which is really, really nice. Obviously, we've fitted the BC Racing coilovers, which, as always, look fantastic.
Yeah, we've adjusted the ride height a little bit because Roger was sitting on his arse.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's going to sit a bit better now. We might have to tweak that a little bit. But everything is just brand new. We've even got exhaust rubbers here.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, it's a full restoration.
It is a work of art under here, isn't it? I mean, we've got new panels up here. We've got new drain ports in the floor pans because these were all rotted out before. We've got new front jacking points, which are really nice. A lot of people usually cut these areas out, and when they repair them, they just weld a patch there, and these bits aren't usually here. So it's really nice that they've actually replaced those and done them to original OE spec.
Yes.
It does look really good.
It does look good.
It looks really good.
In fairness to it.
So moving slightly further back, obviously the exhaust and sump and everything looks brand new because it's been ice blasted.
Yes.
It looks absolutely
look at that.
mint.
That was covered in crap.
I know. And
that is clean.
You would never believe, look at this gearbox, you'd never believe that that's done like 240,000 miles. Because that's how many miles this car's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even stuff like this, look, the steering rack looks brand spanking new. It's amazing. All the pipes and everything have been coated and protected as well, which is really nice. We do still have some new lower arms to fit. Haven't fitted those yet because we're waiting on some bushes, aren't we?
Yes.
So they will be fitted very soon.
Yeah.
Again, we've fitted the BC Racing coilovers to the hubs. They have had to be welded in, which Juicy and you did as well.
Yeah, we did a good job on that. And it's important to remember as well, like 6-7 months ago, we bought a pair of E30 Tourings for £10,000 from a young guy called Luke. This was in really, really bad shape.
Excuse my French, this car was it's had a lot of love and a lot of work and a lot of hours put into this car.
Indeed.
And now...
Right, so we are very, very nearly there. As you can see, the Roger is sporting a lovely set of BC Racing coilovers, BR series, which are 32-way adjustable. They look the bollocks, and we've set them to like 10 off full hard, or full soft, sorry, because I want it to be a little bit sporty, but also quite smooth as well. So these look fantastic. Remember, we had to do a bit of welding, but that's the way you need to do things on E30s and E34s especially. But now they're in, I'm very, very excited. Roger is, I would say, 95% of the way there. There is one more, or should I say 4 more things that we need to do, and that is putting those wheels on. And they are probably my favorite ever wheels. I'm not a massive wheel lover, but when I saw these for sale on Instagram, I instantly knew I had to have them. So should we check them out? Let's do it.
Oh, I know what they are.
Check them out.
Oh, do you know what? These are the best wheels you've ever bought.
So then, what do you think? Yes! This is Roger, fully restored, thanks to the amazing guys at Yorkshire Car Restoration. Remember, Roger was completely rotten. He went away for surgery for 6 months with the guys up in Yorkshire, and now fully resprayed, fully solid, fully undersealed, fully ice blasted, all the rest of it. This car is effectively brand new. And I'm very, very happy to announce that as of today, about an hour ago, Roger also has an MOT. He is insured, he is taxed, he is road legal, he is ready to rumble. And rumble, he does! That Scorpion exhaust sounds fantastic. The BC Racing coilovers give this car proper handling. Got decent tyres and just smiles for days. I am over the moon with the way that this car has been restored from a complete rust bucket that was uneconomical to repair to something that looks, sounds and drives absolutely fantastically. This is what being a car guy is all about. It's getting cars, buying cars on the brink of extinction and bringing them back and putting a spotlight on them and shining them up and putting them back on our roads, because there are too many fridges, too many dull econoboxes knocking about. It is more than a vehicle. It's special, it's unique, and it deserves to live on, and that's what we have done. Yes! Yes! This is what driving pleasure is all about. Remember, I bought this car, I don't know, 9 months ago to a year ago for £4,500, £5,000. With all the work that's been done to it now, this, as it sits, probably not going to get any change out of £12,000 to £15,000. But that doesn't matter, because Roger is now, he wasn't before, but he is now another forever car. He will join Phil, my V6 MX-5. He will join Barney, my E46 M3 Touring, Miles, my high mileage hero, and Nigel, my Porsche 993, and also another car that I bought yesterday that you will get to see on the channel very, very soon. I'll give you a little hint. It's part of our £3,000 classic car challenge, which I'm so excited about as well. What can I say? I'm in love, absolute love.
And so that's where we'll leave things with Roger, my fully restored BMW E30 Touring. Of course, this won't be the last time you see this car, because I will be driving it all the way to Poland at the end of June for Europe's biggest car show, Ultrace. For now though, a new headliner will be installed, the sloppy gear shift will be fixed, and a potential high mileage M54 engine from a certain E46 might just be fitted. That's the plan anyway. If nothing else, hopefully seeing the progress made with my touring will help give you the motivation you need to take the cover off your project cars again ahead of a successful summer fixing them up. Because without die-hard enthusiasts like us, cars like these will sadly fade away into the history books. Before I go though, another massive thank you to Yorkshire Car Restoration for offering to take Roger on. Get in touch with them if, like me, you've got a car in need.
So there we have it, a nice shiny looking brand new Roger, also topped off by the subtle and wonderful modifications done by Alex. Now it's safe to say Roger really was a challenge, and I think even one of the nights I fell asleep underneath Roger doing the jacking point, but that's a different story. It's so nice to work alongside Alex because he's really passionate about cars, and it's so nice to save such a wonderful car and get it back on the road. Now keep your eye on the channel because there may be one or more of Auto Alex's fleet heading towards Yorkshire Car Restoration. Now thank you very much for watching. I hope you did enjoy the series, and we'll catch you in the next video.